Welcome to Midnight Keep, a sanctuary where ancient stories unfold in whispers, where the weight of the world dissolves into shadow and silence. This is a place for those who seek rest, for minds that wander too far into the night, and for souls craving the embrace of deep, unbroken sleep. Here, we journey through forgotten manors, crumbling libraries, and rain-soaked halls where time moves slowly. If it moves at all, each tale is crafted to guide you gently downward into the soft darkness where dreams begin. If you find comfort in these stories, if the sound of rain and crackling fire soothes your restless thoughts, consider leaving a like and subscribing to keep this keep alive. Your support allows us to continue building this refuge, one story at a time. Now, let the world outside fade and settle into the warmth waiting for you here. Tonight, we enter a jewel-toned study hidden deep within an ancient manor, a place draped in emerald velvet and burgundy shadow, where candlelight flickers across walls lined with the wisdom of centuries. Outside, storm clouds gather in the midnight sky, and rain begins its gentle percussion against tall, mullioned windows. Inside, the warmth of a crackling hearth mingles with the cool embrace of stone and shadow, creating a sanctuary for scholars, for dreamers, for anyone seeking refuge from the noise of the waking world. For the next 5 hours, you will rest here, surrounded by the low hum of brown noise, the rhythm of rainfall, and the occasional snap of burning wood. Let yourself sink into the worn leather chair. Feel the weight of the storm pressing softly against the glass, and allow this study to hold you as you drift. Chapter 1. The Scholar's Arrival. You stand before a heavy oak door, its surface dark with age and weathered by countless seasons. The iron handle is cold beneath your palm, solid, real, grounding you in this moment between worlds. Beyond the door, you hear nothing, only the faint promise of shelter, of stillness. You press down on the latch, and the door swings inward with a low, satisfying creak. The scent reaches you first: old parchment, beeswax, and something else. The distant fragrance of rain-soaked earth carried on a draft from somewhere deeper in the manor. You step across the threshold, and the door closes behind you with a soft, final thud, sealing away everything you left outside. The study welcomes you with amber light and shadow, and for the first time in what feels like days, you exhale fully. The room stretches before you, vast yet intimate. Every wall is lined floor to ceiling with books, their leather spines cracked and faded, embossed with gold lettering in languages you half recognize. Some titles you know, others belong to disciplines long forgotten. Philosophies abandoned, sciences disproven and replaced. But here they remain, preserved, honored, waiting patiently for someone to remember them. Bronze candelabras stand on narrow tables between the shelves, their flames swaying gently as you move deeper into the room. The light they cast is warm, honey gold, painting the walls in shifting patterns that seem almost alive. Shadows pool in the corners, soft and unthreatening, like sleeping cats. The air is still, but not stagnant. It holds the quiet breath of a space well-loved, well-kept, and utterly undisturbed by the hurried chaos of the outside world. Your eyes are drawn to the windows, tall and narrow, divided into diamond panes by strips of dark lead. Beyond the glass, the sky is bruised with storm clouds, deep purples and grays rolling slowly across the heavens. The first drops of rain begin to fall, tentative at first, tapping lightly against the glass like hesitant fingers, then growing bolder, more insistent, until the sound becomes a steady rhythm, a soft percussion that fills the silence without overwhelming it. You move closer to the window, watching as rivulets of water trace paths down the outside of the pane, distorting the world beyond into streaks of shadow and silver. The storm is here, but you are safe, separated by stone and glass and centuries of solid craftsmanship. The rain cannot reach you. And somehow, that makes its music even sweeter. At the heart of the study, positioned perfectly between the windows and the shelves, sits a grand desk of dark mahogany. Its surface is cluttered in the most wonderful way, with stacks of parchment weighted down by smooth river stones, inkwells of cobalt glass, quills standing at attention in a brass holder, and scattered across it all, the marginia of a mind at work. Notes scrawled in fading ink, diagrams half finished, questions posed and left unanswered. You run your fingers lightly over the desk's surface, feeling the grain of the wood, the slight indentations where pen pressed hard through paper. This is a place where thinking happens, where ideas are born and wrestled with and, sometimes, reluctantly, abandoned. But tonight, the desk is yours, and you need not solve anything, need not answer any questions. You are here only to rest. To your left, a fireplace dominates the wall, its mantel carved with intricate scrollwork, leaves and vines intertwining in patterns that seem to shift when you look at them too long. The hearth is wide and deep, and within it, a fire burns low and steady. The logs are thick, seasoned oak that glows red at the heart and releases heat in slow, generous waves. The flames do not leap or crackle wildly. They move with the languid grace of something eternal, something that has burned here for years and will continue long after you have gone. The warmth reaches you even from across the room, a gentle presence that loosens the tension in your shoulders, softens the edges of your thoughts. You find yourself drawn toward it, as all living things are drawn to warmth and light in the darkness. Near the fire, a pair of high-backed chairs upholstered in deep green velvet wait in companionable silence. One faces the hearth, the other angled slightly toward the windows, as if its occupant preferred to watch the storm. Between them, a small round table holds a silver tray, a crystal decanter filled with amber liquid, and two glasses that catch the firelight and throw it back in fractured rainbows. You lower yourself into the chair facing the fire, and the velvet receives you like an embrace. The cushion is firm but yielding, the backrest perfectly angled to support without constraining. You let your head rest against the fabric, feeling the soft nap against your skin. And for a moment, you close your eyes, listening to the rain, the fire, the deep underlying hum that seems to come from the walls themselves. A resonance felt more than heard. Time here does not move the way it does outside. It stretches, bends, becomes something thicker, more patient. You might have been sitting here for minutes or hours, and it would make no difference. The candles do not seem to burn down. The fire does not need tending. The rain shows no sign of stopping, nor any desire to. This is a pocket of the world unto itself, a study that exists outside the ordinary flow of things, forgotten by urgency, untouched by deadlines and demands. The books on the shelves have been read, and will be read again. But tonight, they simply exist. Their presence a comfort rather than a task. The storm outside is not something to endure, but a lullaby, a boundary between you and everything else. And here, In this jewel-toned sanctuary, you are allowed to simply be. You pull a soft throw from the arm of the chair, a blanket woven in shades of burgundy and gold, and drape it across your lap. The weight of it is perfect, grounding without being heavy, warming without smothering. Your breathing slows, deepens, matching the rhythm of the rain, the crackle of the fire, the ancient heartbeat of the study itself. Outside, the storm settles into its long work, and inside, the candles continue their patient vigil. You need do nothing, solve nothing, remember nothing. The study will keep you. The night will hold you, and sleep, soft and irresistible, begins to rise around you like a tide. Welcome, scholar, to your sanctuary. Let the world dissolve and rest, at last, in the jewel-toned embrace of Midnight Key. Chapter 2. The Gathering Storm. The world outside has begun to shift, transforming from gentle whispers to something deeper, something more insistent. The rain that once tapped delicately against the window panes now drums with purpose, each drop a distinct note in an ancient melody. You can hear it building, layer upon layer, the rhythm growing fuller, more textured, like a symphony written by the storm itself. The sound wraps around this sanctuary, cocooning it in a blanket of white noise that seems to hold time itself at bay. And you are safe here, nestled within these walls where no tempest can reach. The manor seems to breathe with you, its old bones settling, content in the knowledge that it has weathered far fiercer storms than this, and will weather countless more. The worn leather chair beckons, its surface aged and softened by decades of readers who sought refuge in this very spot. You move toward it slowly. There is no hurry here. Time moves differently within these walls. Each step across the Persian rug feels deliberate, intentional. The floorboards beneath barely whisper under your weight, as if the manor itself wishes to preserve this perfect quiet, this sacred hush. The chair welcomes you like an old friend, its cushions yielding just enough to cradle your form, molding to you, remembering you. The leather is cool at first touch, then warms beneath your hands, absorbing your presence, becoming part of this moment. You sink deeper, letting the chair hold you completely, releasing the weight you have carried, letting it drain away into the floor, into the earth below. Before you, the fireplace stands empty and waiting. A dark mouth framed in carved marble, intricate patterns of ivy and acanthus leaves spiraling upward toward the mantel. For a moment, there is only shadow within that space, a void of promise. Then, as if responding to your very presence, a soft glow begins to emerge. The first ember sparks to life in the heart of the hearth, a tiny pinpoint of orange warmth, born from nothing, growing from wish to reality. It glows brighter, pulsing gently like a heartbeat, and soon another joins it, then another. Each ember awakens slowly, deliberately, building upon the last. The darkness within the fireplace begins to retreat, pushed back by this constellation of gentle flames. And you watch, mesmerized, as fire remembers what it is meant to do, what it has done in this very hearth for hundreds of years. The crackling begins, soft at first, like the rustling of parchment pages, then louder, more confident, as the flames take hold and spread across the waiting wood. Orange light spills out into the room, dancing across the jewel-toned walls, making the deep greens shimmer like forest canopies. The burgundy velvets glow like aged wine. The bronze candelabras catch the firelight and throw it back, multiplying the warmth, scattering it into corners that have known only shadow. Heat begins to radiate outward, a gentle wave that finds you in your chair, touches your face, your hands, soaks into your very bones. The contrast is exquisite. The coolness of the leather against your back, the warmth of the fire upon your skin. You are held between these two sensations, balanced perfectly, neither hot nor cold, but suspended in absolute comfort. Outside, beyond the protection of these ancient walls, the storm announces itself with greater authority. Thunder rolls across the sky, a low rumble that starts somewhere far beyond the horizon. It builds as it approaches, deepening, reverberating through the clouds, through the rain, through the very air itself, until it reaches the manor, and you feel it as much as hear it, a gentle vibration in your chest, a reminder of the vast power moving overhead. But there is no fear in this sound, no threat. Instead, it feels like a guardian, a watchful presence that circles this sanctuary, standing sentinel. The thunder declares itself, marking the boundaries of its territory, ensuring that nothing disturbs this place of rest, of contemplation. And somehow, impossibly, the sound makes you feel even safer, even more protected. The rain intensifies its rhythm against the glass, each pane of the mullioned windows receiving its own percussion. The sound is hypnotic, layered, and complex. Some drops strike hard and fast, others slide down the glass in liquid ribbons, creating a chorus of water music. You can almost see it in your mind, the way the rain streams down the old glass with its imperfections, its bubbles and waves that distort the darkness beyond. The storm is putting on a performance, and you have the finest seat, warm and dry, watching from behind these protective walls. The contrast between out there and in here has never been more pronounced, more delicious. More delicious. Out there is wild, untamed, powerful. In here, sanctuary, stillness, peace, and you are exactly where you belong. The firelight continues its dance, casting long shadows that stretch and contract, that play across the spines of countless leather-bound volumes lining the walls. Each book seems to pulse with the rhythm of the flames, as if the knowledge contained within is breathing, living. The warm glow mingles with the cool shadows pooling in the far corners, creating depth, dimension, mystery. This is a room of contrasts, of light and dark dancing together in perfect harmony. The bronze fixtures gleam. The velvet fabrics absorb and reflect. The wood paneling glows with the patina of age. Everything here has a story. Everything here has witnessed decades, perhaps centuries, of storms just like this one. And every single storm has passed, leaving this sanctuary untouched, unchanged, eternal in its purpose. You settle deeper into the embrace of the leather chair, feeling your muscles release, one by one. The tension in your shoulders melts away, draining down your arms through your fingers, disappearing into nothing. Your neck relaxes, your head finding the perfect angle against the high back of the chair, supported completely. Your breathing slows, matching the steady rhythm of the rain, the patient crackle of the fire. In and out, in and out. See. Right. Each breath carries away another fragment of the day, another worry, another thought that no longer serves you. The storm outside does this work for you, washing away everything unnecessary, leaving only what matters. Only this moment, this breath, this perfect sanctuary of warmth and shadow. The study wraps around you like a cocoon woven from velvet and firelight, from the scent of old leather and wood smoke, from the sound of rain and distant thunder. This is a place outside of time, outside of worry, a place where the modern world cannot reach, where its demands and its noise fade to nothing. Here, there are only the eternal things, fire and water, shelter and storm, light and shadow, and you, resting at the center of it all, held safe. The manor knows its purpose, has always known. For generations, it has offered this gift, this sanctuary, to those who seek refuge from the chaos beyond. And tonight, it offers this gift to you, completely, unconditionally, asking nothing in return but your presence, your surrender to rest. Let the storm rage, let it drum and thunder and declare its power. It cannot touch you here. The rain may fall for hours, the wind may howl, the darkness may press against these ancient windows, but inside, all is warmth, all is peace. The fire will burn through the night, steady and faithful. The chair will hold you, never wavering, and the manor itself, this jewel-toned sanctuary of burgundy and deep forest green, will stand watch over your rest, as it has stood watch for countless souls before you. You are safe. You are held. You are home. Let your eyes grow heavy with the weight of this perfect comfort. Let the sounds blend into a lullaby written just for you. Let sleep come, gentle as firelight, deep as the storm, welcome and eternal. Chapter 3. The candles slow dance. Our attention drifts now, drawn by something quiet and mesmerizing. The bronze candelabra stands at the edge of the desk, its 3 tapers glowing with a steady ancient light. Watch them. Just watch them for a moment. Each flame bends and sways in perfect rhythm, moving together as if they share a single breath. They lean to the left, then slowly right, like sleepy dancers performing the oldest waltz in the world. There is no urgency here, no sudden movements to startle you from your rest. Only this gentle, hypnotic motion, this soft flickering that asks nothing of you but to observe, to let your thoughts slow to match their tempo. The wax has pooled at the base of each candle, forming small valleys of warm amber. You can almost smell the beeswax, sweet and ancient, mingling with the scent of old paper and rain-soaked stone. The candlelight reaches outward, extending itself across the room in long, trembling fingers. It touches the spines of the leather-bound books that line the shelves, and something magical happens. Gold lettering emerges from the darkness, titles embossed in languages both familiar and forgotten. They gleam for just a moment, catching the light like secrets briefly revealed, before fading back into the comfortable shadows. This dance happens again and again, a slow pulse of visibility and concealment, light and dark breathing together in perfect harmony. You do not need to read the titles. You do not need to know what stories those pages hold. It is enough to watch this gentle revelation, this quiet conversation between flame and gold, between presence and absence. Let your eyelids grow heavy as you watch. Let the rhythm lull you deeper. The shadows cast by the candles are alive, not in any threatening way, but alive with a gentle breathing quality. They stretch across the leather surfaces of the books, pooling in the gaps between volumes, sliding down the oak shelving like slow water. When the flames sway to the left, the shadows lean right. When the flames bend forward, the shadows pull back. It is a choreography so subtle, so perfectly balanced, that you might not notice it if you were not in this drowsy, receptive state. But you are here now, present and aware in the softest possible way. The shadows do not hide anything sinister. They simply create depth, dimension, a sense that this room exists in layers of light and rest. Watch how they move across the burgundy velvet curtains, creating folds within folds, texture within texture. Everything is soft here. Everything is safe. Outside, the rain has found its true rhythm now. The scattered drops have gathered themselves into something more purposeful, more steady. It no longer asks for your attention. It simply provides it, a constant, reliable presence that wraps around the manor like a blanket of sound. You can hear it drumming against the mullioned windows, each pane receiving its own percussive melody, all of them combining into one seamless song. The rain has become predictable in the most soothing way. No sudden downpours to jolt you. No unexpected silences to create unease. Just this steady, eternal falling. This promise that the world outside is washing itself clean while you rest here in warmth and candlelight. The flames respond to the sound, or perhaps you only imagine they do, bending and swaying as if moved by the music of water on glass. Focus on a single candle now, the one in the center. Its flame is the tallest, reaching upward with a gentle confidence. At its core burns a blue-white heat, so small you might miss it, surrounded by layers of yellow and orange that blur at the edges into something almost invisible. Tip of the flame points upward, always upward, even as the body of it sways and bends. There's something meditative about watching this single point of light, this small sun that asks nothing of you. You do not need to think about combustion or chemistry. You do not need to understand how wax becomes light. You need only to watch, to breathe slowly, to let the flame's movement guide your thoughts into stillness. In and out, sway and return, rise and settle. Your breathing begins to match its rhythm without intention. The bronze of the candelabra itself is worth a moment of your drowsy attention. It is old, very old, its surface marked with the patina of centuries. In the candlelight, the metal seems to glow from within, warm and burnished, reflecting the flames in miniature across its curved arms. There are engravings here, delicate scrollwork that spirals around the base and climbs the stem. Patterns that might be vines or might be something more abstract. Something meant to induce exactly this kind of peaceful contemplation. The bronze holds the heat of the candles. Not enough to burn, but enough to radiate a gentle warmth into the immediate air. If you were close enough, you might feel it on your face, a soft kiss of warmth that carries the scent of metal and wax and time. But even from here, even from the safety of this drowsy distance, you can sense its presence, grounding and ancient. The books themselves seem to lean toward the light, or perhaps it is only a trick of perception. a feature of your deepening rest. The leather covers are dark, deep burgundy and forest green and midnight blue, colors that absorb light rather than reflect it. But near the candelabra, the spines brighten just slightly, revealing their texture, the grain of the leather, the small imperfections that prove their age and authenticity. Some are tall and thin, others short and thick. Some stand perfectly upright, while others lean against their neighbors as if tired from holding centuries of knowledge. You imagine pulling one down, feeling its weight in your hands, opening it to pages yellowed and soft. But you do not move. You remain here, watching the light play across them, watching the titles appear and disappear, watching without wanting, resting without sleeping. Not yet. The dance continues, endless and endlessly soothing. The three flames move together, sometimes perfectly synchronized, sometimes with small variations that create a more complex pattern. Right, left, right, forward, back. The shadows follow, always opposite, always complementary. And the rain provides the music for this slow waltz, steady now. So steady you could count your breaths by it. One breath for every 3 drops, or is it 3 breaths for every falling measure? It does not matter. The counting fades, the numbers lose meaning. There is only the rhythm, the feeling, the deep, somatic sense of safety and peace. Your muscles release tension you did not know you were holding. Your jaw unclenches. Your shoulders drop away from your ears. The candles burn for you. The rain falls for you. The shadows dance for you. All of it, this entire jewel-toned sanctuary, exists only to help you rest. In the hearth across the room, the fire has settled into glowing embers, but its warmth still reaches you, combining with the candlelight to create layers of heat and comfort. The bronze candelabra stands between you and the fireplace, a middle point, a bridge between 2 sources of ancient light. Behind the candles, the fire's orange glow creates a backdrop, a sunset that never fades. Before the candles, the cool darkness of the room waits patiently, never encroaching, never threatening, simply there to provide contrast, to make the light more precious. You exist in this balance, suspended between warmth and cool, between light and shadow, between waking and sleep. The candles continue their slow dance, tireless, devoted. They will burn through the night, keeping watch while you finally let yourself drift. There is nothing left to do now, nowhere else to be. Let your eyes rest now on those 3 flames. Let them blur slightly if they wish. The gold lettering on the book spines fades one last time into shadow, and this time, you do not wait for it to reappear. The rain has become part of your heartbeat. The candles have become part of your breathing. Everything moves together now. Inside and outside, light and dark, you and this ancient room. The candles will dance their slow dance until morning, their flames bending and swaying in perfect rhythm, their shadows pulsing gently across leather and wood and stone. But you do not need to watch any longer. You have seen enough. You have received the gift of their gentle movement, their hypnotic grace. Close your eyes now, or let them close themselves. The study remains. The candles remain. The rain remains. And you, safe in this jewel-toned sanctuary, you finally rest. Chapter 4. The Window's Lullaby. We turn now From the comfort of our velvet sanctuary, toward the tall windows that stand like sentinels along the study's eastern wall. Here, where manor meets midnight, the glass trembles gently beneath the weight of rain. Each window pane is old, thick and slightly warped, the kind of glass that has witnessed centuries of storms. Through it, the world beyond appears dreamlike, shifting, as water traces endless paths downward. The rain does not fall in straight lines, but in wandering rivulets, each seeking its own route to the stone sill below. And we, safe in our jewel-toned refuge, can do nothing but watch, mesmerized by this ancient dance. The darkness outside is complete. No moon, no stars, only the deep indigo of storm clouds heavy with purpose. The rain answers to no one. It simply continues, patient, eternal, a lullaby without end. Step closer to the window now, close enough to feel the coolness radiating from the glass, a pleasant contrast to the fire's warmth at your back. The temperature here exists in perfect balance, neither too warm nor too cold, but somewhere in between where comfort lives. Press your fingertips gently against the window pane and feel it, that subtle vibration, the percussion of 1,000 raindrops drumming their soft rhythm. It hums through the glass, through your fingers, into your very bones. This is the heartbeat of the storm, steady, reliable, asking nothing of you but your presence. Beyond the distorted glass, you can barely make out the shapes of the garden below. Hedges reduced to dark smudges, pathways disappeared beneath gathering puddles. The world has simplified itself, become nothing more than shadow and water, and somehow that feels exactly right. The rain's voice is not singular, but a choir. Listen closely, and you can distinguish each instrument in this nocturnal symphony. There is the sharp tap-tap-tap of drops hitting the window pane, quick and bright like fingertips on piano keys. Beneath it, the deeper drumming against the manor's slate roof, a bass note that resonates through the rafters. And softer still, the whisper of rain meeting, rain in the gutters, a rushing sound like breath, like pages turning in an ancient book. Together they create something beyond mere noise. This is texture. This is depth. This is the kind of sound that wraps around your mind and slows it, gently, insistently, until thoughts become as languid as the water streaming down the glass. There is no beginning to this music, no end. It simply is. And you are held within it. Watch how a single drop clings to the upper corner of the window pane, hesitating, gathering weight from the mist. It swells, trembles, and then releases, tracing a slow zigzag path downward through the condensation. Other drops join it along the way, merging, becoming something larger, a tiny river on a vertical landscape. Some paths are well traveled, carved by hundreds of drops before, while others pioneer new routes through the filmed glass. There is something hypnotic in following these journeys, in choosing one drop and watching it from birth to destination. Your breathing slows to match their pace, in and out, as the drop descends, pauses, descends again. Time loses meaning here at the window. Minutes might be hours. Hours might be moments. All that exists is the endless patient fall of water, and your quiet observation of it. The storm beyond these walls is vast, rolling across miles of countryside, over forests and fields and forgotten roads. But you are not in the storm. You are beside it, witnessing it through the safety of century-old glass and stone. This manor has weathered thousands of such nights, has stood firm while tempests raged and seasons turned. The walls around you remember, and they hold that memory like a promise. You are safe here. You are sheltered. The rain does not threaten. It comforts. It is a blanket of white noise, wrapping the manor, wrapping you, in layers of sound that muffle the world's sharp edges. Out there, beyond the garden, beyond the gates, the world continues with its urgency and demand. But here, now, none of that can reach you. The storm has granted you permission to simply be, to rest, to let go. Behind you, the fire responds to the rain's call with a soft pop, a small explosion of sap in burning wood. Then another, like a gentle conversation between flame and water, inside and outside, warmth and cool. The fire speaks in crackles and sighs, while the rain answers in steady percussion, two elements that should be opposed. Yet, here they create harmony. You stand between them, the window at your front, the hearth at your back, caught in the most perfect equilibrium. The firelight catches the rain-streaked glass, turning each rivulet into molten gold for just a moment before it slides into shadow again. The reflection of flames dances across the watery surface, creating patterns that exist nowhere else, that will never be repeated, small miracles of light happening and unhappening in the span of a breath. You don't need to understand it, only witness it. Only allow it to fill your senses until there is no room left for anything else. The mullioned windows divide the night into sections, each pane framing its own portion of darkness, its own sheet of falling water. Some panes are clearer than others, the glass thinner, newer, replaced over the manor's long lifetime. Others are thicker, bubbled, holding imperfections like memories. Through these older panes, the world warps and bends. Reality becomes suggestion rather than fact. A distant tree becomes a smudge of darker gray. The sky ripples like water beneath water. This distortion is not a flaw, but a gift. It asks you to see differently, to let go of clarity and certainty, to embrace the soft edges of half-sleep. Your eyelids grow heavier as you gaze through the imperfect glass, the boundaries between waking and dreaming beginning to blur, just as the window blurs the world beyond. Perhaps you are already dreaming. Perhaps this study, this storm, this moment is all a beautiful fabrication of your resting mind. The rain intensifies for a moment, a sudden rush of wind driving it harder against the glass, and the windows rattle softly in their frames. A gentle sound, almost affectionate. The manor flexes, settles, absorbs the storm's energy, and transforms it into something soothing. This is what old buildings do. They breathe. They speak. They remind us that shelter is more than walls and roof. It is intention. It is embrace. And you are held here, cradled in this jewel-toned chamber, while the elements perform their ancient ritual outside. The darkness beyond the windows is absolute now. No hint of horizon. No division between earth and sky. Only the infinite black of deep night. And somehow this too is comforting. In darkness there are no demands, no expectations, nothing to see or do or become. There is only the sound, the rain's endless lullaby, and your body's growing surrender to its rhythm. Your reflection appears faintly in the glass, a ghost of yourself superimposed over the streaming rain and the darkness beyond. But you are translucent, barely there, as if you are already fading into the soft realm of sleep. The face looking back is peaceful, unburdened, the features smoothed by low light and the forgiving distortion of old glass. This is who you become in the deep hours of night, in the sanctuaries we build against the world. This quiet self, this resting self. Behind your reflection, the study glows warm, burgundy and deep green caught in amber firelight, leather and bronze and candle flame, all the rich colors of sanctuary. And beyond you, through you, the rain continues its patient work, washing the world, renewing it, preparing it for whatever comes with dawn. But dawn is hours away, lifetimes away. And here at the window, watching water trace its endless paths, you feel the pull towards sleep growing stronger, insistent, kind. Kind. Let your gaze soften now. Let the individual drops blur into a shimmering curtain of silver and shadow. The rain's percussion becomes a single sustained note, a frequency that resonates with something deep in your nervous system, telling your body what your mind already knows. It is time to rest. The window has sung its lullaby. The storm has wrapped its blanket tight around the manor. And you, here in this jewel-toned study, are safe to let go. Step back from the glass. Feel the warmth of the room welcome you once more. And know that the rain will continue without your watching. Will fall through the night and perhaps into tomorrow, patient, eternal, asking nothing. It will be here if you wake in the small hours, a constant companion, a faithful guardian. But for now, let the window fade from focus. Let the symphony of rain and fire blend into the texture of dreams, and allow yourself to drift deeper, softer, into the embrace of sleep. Chapter 5. The Velvet Embrace. The room breathes with us now. Can you feel it? The deep green velvet curtains hanging from ceiling to floor seem to expand and contract with the rhythm of our own slow breathing. In and out, in and out. The burgundy upholstery of the wingback chair cradles us like gentle hands, supporting every curve of our spine, every tired muscle. The fabric is so soft against our skin, worn smooth by centuries of readers who sat here before us, all of them seeking what we seek now: rest, peace, quietude. The candlelight flickers across the velvet folds, creating waves of shadow and warmth, waves that wash over us, pulling us deeper, deeper still, into this embrace. The sound of rain against the windows has been absorbed, softened, transformed by these heavy curtains. What was once a sharp patter is now a gentle whisper, a lullaby muffled by layers of rich fabric. The stone walls too play their part, ancient and thick. They hold back the storm, hold back the world, leaving only this sanctuary. This cocoon of warmth and texture. We shift slightly in the leather chair and it responds, conforming, molding itself to our weight. The leather is cool at first touch, then warm, then part of us. The armrests are smooth beneath our hands, polished by the oils of 1,000 palms. All the scholars and dreamers who rested here, who let go here, just as we are letting go now. Our fingers trace absent patterns on the velvet cushion beside us, back and forth, back and forth. The texture is hypnotic, Tiny ridges catching the light, catching our attention, holding it, then releasing it. We notice how the pile of the velvet changes direction when we brush our hand across it. Darker, then lighter, like stroking the fur of some great sleeping creature. The creature breathes. We breathe. The room breathes. All together now, in perfect harmony. Our eyelids grow heavy with each stroke, heavy with the weight of comfort, heavy with the knowledge that we are held, supported, safe. There is no need to remain alert here. No need to watch, to guard, to worry. The fire in the hearth casts dancing shadows across the velvet walls, amber light rippling through the deep green like sunlight through forest leaves. The warmth reaches us, not fierce, but gentle, steady, persistent. It seeps into our bones, melting the last traces of tension, dissolving the knots we have carried. The bronze candelabra on the desk glows softly, each flame a tiny beacon, but even these are dimming now, growing softer, quieter, as if they too are preparing for sleep. The wax drips slowly, hypnotically, each drop a second passing, time slowing, stretching, becoming irrelevant. All that matters is this moment, this chair, this embrace of velvet and warmth. We sink deeper, and it feels like coming home. The leather beneath us creaks softly as we settle. A comfortable sound, familiar, reassuring. It speaks of age and quality, of craftsmanship from another era when things were made to last, made to comfort, made to comfort, made to hold weary travelers at the end of long journeys. And we are weary, so beautifully weary. Our shoulders drop, our jaw unclenches, our hands unfold. Everything softens. The contrast between textures becomes a meditation. Smooth leather, soft velvet, rough stone. Each one distinct, each one perfect. Our mind traces from one to another, leather to velvet, velvet to stone, stone to leather, around and around in a gentle circle. And with each circuit we drift further, further from the day, further from tomorrow, deeper into now. The burgundy curtains at the window are so thick, so heavy, they absorb not just sound but worry itself. Every anxious thought, every racing notion, not every fragment of stress, all of it caught in those velvet folds, held there, transformed, returned to us as peace. The rain beyond continues its patient work, washing the world clean. But we are sheltered, protected. The storm can rage if it wishes. We are inside this room, inside this chair, inside this moment of perfect safety. Our breathing has slowed without us noticing, each breath deeper than the last, filling our lungs with warm air scented with old paper and candle wax and wood smoke. The scent of sanctuary, the scent of letting go. We can feel the weight of our own body now, really feel it, heavy in the chair, grounded, substantial, real. Our head rests against the high back of the wingback, the leather cool against our scalp. The velvet cushion supports our lower back, firm but yielding, finding exactly the right balance. Our legs are heavy, so heavy, as if the burgundy velvet has wrapped around them, holding them gently down. Our arms rest on the smooth armrests, palms open, fingers curled softly, no grip left, no grasping, just release. The textures have woven themselves into a net beneath us, around us, and we trust it completely. We can let go, we can fall, and the velvet embrace will catch us, will hold us, will keep us safe through the long night ahead. The candlelight blurs at the edges of our vision, soft halos of gold and amber bleeding into the darkness. We are not quite looking anymore, not quite seeing, just sensing, feeling, being. The deep green walls seem closer now, not threatening, but comforting, like being held in cupped hands. The room has become smaller, more intimate, exactly the size we need it to be. Cocoon, a chrysalis, a place of transformation where wakefulness becomes sleep, where tension becomes peace, where we become something softer, something lighter. The rough texture of the stone floor beneath the chair reminds us of the earth. Solid, ancient, patient. It has held this manor for centuries. It will hold us for one night. We are part of something older than ourselves, something that knows the way to rest. Our eyelids flutter, trying briefly to open, but the effort is too much. And there is no reason to try. Nothing to see that we have not already seen. Nothing to do that we have not already done. The velvet darkness behind our closed eyes is the same deep green as the curtains, the same rich burgundy as the chair. It welcomes us, invites us deeper. We accept, stepping down, 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 down invisible stairs into sleep. Each step is cushioned with velvet, each landing supported by smooth leather. The walls around these stairs are rough stone, cool to the touch, grounding us even as we descend. The rain above grows fainter, the fire's warmth more distant. We are traveling now, traveling inward, traveling down, to the place where dreams are born, where the body rests, where the mind finally, lets go. And here we are, at the bottom of those velvet stairs, in the deepest chamber of the keep, where the embrace is complete, total, absolute. We are held on all sides by softness, by warmth, by the knowledge that we need do nothing more, be nothing more. The textures have merged into one seamless cradle, velvet and leather and stone, all working together, conspiring together, to give us this gift of rest. Our last conscious thought dissolves like candlelight into darkness, and we surrender, we release, we sleep. The velvet embrace holds us through the night, steady, unwavering, faithful, and we trust it. We trust the room. We trust the darkness. We trust ourselves to sleep, deep, dreamless, perfect sleep. Safe in the keep, safe in the velvet, safe at last. Chapter 6. The hearth's whisper. The fireplace has found its rhythm now. A steady, breathing glow that asks nothing of us. The logs have surrendered completely, their wood transformed into glowing embers that pulse with an ancient warmth. There is no more crackling, no more pops or snaps to mark the passage of time. Wow, only this. The deep radiance of red and orange coals, breathing in perfect synchrony with the rain beyond the windows. The heat reaches us in waves, gentle, invisible tides that wash over our skin, warming our cheeks, our hands, the very air we breathe. Each wave arrives and recedes, arrives and recedes, a rhythm as old as fire itself. The brown noise of the hearth has deepened into something primal, a sound that speaks to the oldest parts of our consciousness. The parts that remember caves and safety, warmth, survival. The first fires that kept the darkness at bay. We sink deeper into our chair, the leather cool against our back while our front basks in the fire's embrace. This is the perfect balance, the equilibrium of comfort. Behind us, the vast study stretches into shadow, the green and burgundy velvet absorbing what little light reaches those distant corners. But here, in our small circle of warmth, everything is golden. The embers cast their glow upward, illuminating the underside of the mantelpiece, the brass fire tools, the stone hearth worn smooth by centuries of tending. Outside, the rain continues its endless conversation with the earth. A million tiny impacts merging into one continuous whisper. The sound flows through the mullioned windows, through the very walls, until it seems to originate from everywhere and nowhere at once. The brown noise of fire and the white noise of rain have become indistinguishable, two threads woven into a single tapestry of sound. Time has lost its meaning in this sanctuary. We cannot say if we have been sitting here for minutes or hours. And it does not matter. The candles in their bronze holders have burned lower, their flames smaller now, more intimate. The wax has formed small rivers down their sides, tributaries of cream and ivory that harden as they cool. The leather-bound books surrounding us seem to lean in closer, their spines catching the firelight, titles in gold leaf, glimmering like distant stars. Philosophy, poetry, forgotten histories, knowledge sleeping in the darkness, patient and eternal. We could reach for one, feel the weight of it in our hands, the texture of aged leather and rough-cut pages. But we do not. Movement feels unnecessary, almost impossible. The warmth has made our limbs heavy, pleasantly weighted, anchored to this moment. Our breathing has slowed to match the fire's rhythm, in with the glow, out with the shadows. The embers shift slightly, settling deeper into themselves. A soft sigh escapes from the hearth. Not quite a sound, more a change in pressure. A release. A few sparks drift upward, tiny stars ascending into the chimney's darkness before winking out. We watch them go, our eyes half closed now, the heat making our eyelids heavy. The firelight plays across our hands where they rest on the arms of the chair, painting our skin in shades of amber and rose. We can feel our pulse, slow and steady, a drum keeping time in the cathedral of our body. Outside the windows, the storm has reached a plateau, no longer building in intensity, but maintaining its current strength with the patience of weather that knows it has all night. The clouds press low, thick and dark, a ceiling of vapor that traps the manor in its own private world. There is nowhere else, nothing beyond these walls, only this room, this fire, this moment suspended in the amber of time. We notice details we had missed before. The way the velvet curtains seem to absorb sound as well as light, how the brass candelabras reflect distorted images of the flames. The pattern in the Persian rug beneath our feet, its deep reds and blues almost black in the low light. Each detail is perfect, each element in its place, as though the room itself has been waiting centuries for this exact configuration of shadow and light. The warmth from the hearth reaches deeper now, past our skin, into muscle and bone. We can feel it settling into our joints, releasing tensions we did not know we carried. Our shoulders drop, our jaw unclenches, our spine curves into the shape of perfect rest. The brown noise continues its work, smoothing the edges of our thoughts, filling the spaces between our breaths. It is not silence, but something richer, a presence rather than an absence. The rain intensifies for a moment, a gust of wind throwing heavier drops against the mullioned glass. We hear the impact, feel it almost, the storm asserting itself, reminding us of its power. But it cannot reach us here. The stone walls are 3 feet thick, built to withstand centuries of weather. The windows are set deep in their frames, the glass old and slightly warped, showing the world outside in gentle distortion. We could look, could try to see the garden beyond, but our gaze returns always to the fire. The embers have formed a landscape of their own. Hills and valleys of glowing coal, caverns where the heat is most intense, burning white at their cores. We could see anything in those patterns: castles, mountains, the skyline of a burning city. But we see only what they are: wood returning to the earth, carbon and ash, the ancient cycle completing itself in waves of infrared light. Our breathing has become so slow, so deep, that each breath feels like a small journey. In, filling our lungs with warm air that smells of wood smoke and old paper and rain-washed stone. Out, releasing everything we do not need: tension, worry, the accumulated weight of waking hours. The space between breaths grows longer, more comfortable. We rest in those spaces, float in them, tiny eternities of stillness. Our heartbeat is a distant drum, steady, reliable, requiring no attention. The body knows its work, has been doing it since before we were born, will continue long after we surrender to sleep. We can trust it, can let go of the need to monitor, to control. The fire will tend itself. The rain will continue. The candles will burn down at their own pace. None of it requires our vigilance. We are held, supported, safe in this sanctuary of velvet and stone. The boundaries between us and the room begin to soften. We are not separate from the warmth. We are part of it. The fire's glow, our body's heat, the air between, all one continuous field of energy. The rain outside, the blood in our veins, both flowing, both essential, both following laws older than language. We sink into this understanding without words, without thought, only feeling. The leather chair holds us like hands, familiar, patient. The velvet shadows embrace us, soft, welcoming. Even the stone walls and floor seem to offer their solidity, their centuries of standing, as a gift. You are safe here, they whisper. You have always been safe here. The study begins to feel less like a place and more like a state of being, a quality of consciousness, warm, dim, perfectly balanced between waking and dreaming. We hover there, in that threshold space, where the mind begins to let go and the body takes over. The embers have settled into their deepest glow, no longer orange, but a dark, pulsing red, the color of the heart of the earth. They will burn like this for hours, slowly cooling, slowly fading. But for now they are constant, unwavering. The heat they give is the best kind. Not the fierce blast of new flames, but the steady, penetrating warmth that reaches into our core. We absorb it, Let it fill the spaces between our cells. Let it soften every muscle, every fiber. Our eyelids flutter, open, closed. The difference between the two states growing smaller. When they are open, we see the fire, the books, the gleaming brass. When they are closed, we see the same things, imprinted on our retinas, glowing in the darkness behind our eyes. The rain continues, sometimes louder, sometimes softer, but always present, always there. A lullaby, written by clouds and gravity, and the patient earth receiving. There is only warmth now, only the storm, only breath. The study has become the entire universe, and the universe has contracted to this single point of comfort. We are not thinking about tomorrow. We are not remembering yesterday. There is only the now, stretching out in all directions, infinite and complete. The brown noise of the fire merges perfectly with the rain's endless rhythm. They are no longer two sounds, but one. The sound of time itself, flowing, constant, requiring nothing from us but our presence. And even that requirement grows lighter, softer, until we realize we can let go even of being present, can drift, can float, can allow the warm darkness to rise up and meet us. The hearth whispers its final benediction. You are home. You are safe. You can rest now. And in this jewel-toned sanctuary, wrapped in velvet and firelight and the endless song of rain, we finally let go. Chapter 7. The book's silent vigil. The shelves rise before you in the dimming candlelight, vast and ancient, stretching toward shadows that have grown thick as velvet. Each spine stands at attention, a silent guardian dressed in leather worn soft by centuries. The books do not speak, yet their presence fills the room with a weight that is somehow comforting, reassuring. They have witnessed countless storms like this one, countless nights when rain drummed against these same windows, countless candles that burned down to pools of wax, just as these are doing now. Their gold lettering, once bright and proud, fades gently into the gathering darkness, becoming whispers of themselves, becoming part of the shadow. And still they stand watch, patient, eternal, knowing that their wisdom does not need light to exist. It lives in the quiet, in the stillness between raindrops, in the soft crackle of the dying fire. You let your gaze drift along the rows, spine after spine after spine, colors deepening from burgundy to forest green to midnight blue. The leather breathes with age, creased and cracked in patterns like old maps, like the lines in ancient hands. There is something deeply soothing about their uniformity, the rhythm of their standing. They ask nothing of you. They do not demand to be opened or read. They simply exist, holding their secrets with grace, with patience beyond measure. Your eyes begin to soften as you look at them, the edges of each book blurring slightly, melting into one another like watercolors left in rain. The candles flicker, and for a moment the titles seem to shift, to move, but it is only the light playing its gentle games, only the shadows dancing their slow, hypnotic dance. Outside, the rain intensifies, a sudden rush against the glass that sounds almost like applause, like the sky expressing approval of this quiet sanctuary. The books seem to listen, to absorb the sound. Their pages, though closed and hidden, remember rain. They remember being trees once, standing in forests where storms moved through branches, where water fell on leaves. There is an ancient kinship here, between the storm and the shelves, between what grows and what endures. You feel it in your chest, a loosening, a softening of something you did not know was held tight. The burgundy velvet of the nearby chair seems to darken another shade, becoming richer, deeper, pulling you towards sleep with its jewel tones. The study itself is breathing, slow and steady, in rhythm with the rain. One candle gutters, the flame dipping low before recovering, but weaker now, smaller. The wax has formed a smooth pool around its base, edges crystallizing as they cool. You watch a single drip make its slow journey down the bronze candelabra. So slow you can barely perceive its movement, yet it moves nonetheless. Everything here moves at the pace of dreams, at the pace of growing, of aging, of wisdom settling into bones. The books on the highest shelves are nearly invisible now, claimed completely by shadow, but you know they are there, standing their silent vigil, keeping watch as they have for longer than any living memory. Their presence is a lullaby without words, a promise without voice. They will be here when you wake. If you wake, they will be here regardless, patient and steadfast. Your breathing has matched itself to the room. Slow, deep, drawing in the scent of old paper and leather, of candle smoke and rain-cooled air slipping through some hidden gap in the ancient windows. The fireplace offers only embers now, a soft orange glow that pulses gently, like a heartbeat, like the last warm thoughts before sleep takes you under. The books seem closer, somehow, though you have not moved, and neither have they. It is as if the darkness has brought everything inward, drawn the walls nearer, made the study into something smaller, more intimate, a cocoon of burgundy and shadow. The gold letters you can still see seem to float now, disconnected from their spines, hovering like fireflies in the gloom. But even they are fading. Even they are giving in to the dark. There is a particular book there, on the third shelf. Its spine is green, like deep forest moss, and for a moment you think you can feel what it holds. Not the words, but the essence. A story of gardens, perhaps, or maps of places that exist only in the space between waking and dreaming. But the thought drifts away before it fully forms, dissolving like sugar in warm tea. It does not matter what the book contains. It matters only that it stands, that it keeps its vigil alongside all the others. The rain has settled into a steady rhythm now, no longer rushing but patient, persistent, tapping out a pattern that your mind tries to follow but cannot quite grasp. And the trying itself is exhausting, sweetly exhausting. Your eyelids are so heavy, weighted with the same centuries that rest upon these shelves. Another candle surrenders to the inevitable, the flame shrinking to a blue ember before vanishing entirely. The smoke rises in a thin silver line, twisting, spiraling upward into the darkness where the ceiling has disappeared. The room is more shadow than light now, more dream than place. The books have become silhouettes, outlines, suggestions of themselves, yet somehow their presence feels stronger for it, as if they have shed the need for visibility, as if they exist more truly in darkness than they ever did in light. You understand this deep in some wordless part of yourself. You feel yourself becoming like them, shedding form, becoming outline, becoming presence without need for definition. The velvet beneath your fingers, or perhaps just in your memory, is impossibly soft. You are sinking, slowly, the way wax melts, the way rain soaks into earth. Time has become uncertain. Each moment stretches, thins, becomes transparent. The storm outside could have been raging for minutes or for years. The books could have been standing for centuries or for only this one perfect night. It all blends together in the dimness, in the warmth that still radiates from the dying fire, in the cool draft that carries the scent of rain and old secrets. Your thoughts are like the candlelight now, flickering, fading, barely there. You reach for something, a memory perhaps, or a worry, but it slips away before you can grasp it, and the slipping feels like relief, like setting down a weight you have carried too long. The books ask nothing. They simply stand. They simply keep watch, and in their watching, you are safe. You are held. You are allowed to let go. One candle remains, a single point of amber light in an ocean of shadow. It trembles slightly, the flame bending in an unfelt breeze, or perhaps just under the weight of its own burning. The wax has nearly consumed itself, pools and drips, and slow cascades down the bronze that no longer gleams, but merely exists, dull and dark, and beautiful in its tarnish. The books are barely visible now. You sense them more than see them. Feel their presence like you feel the walls around you when you lie in darkness. Known without seeing. Trusted without proof. The rain continues its eternal conversation with the windows. Soft syllables of water on glass. A language older than words. Older than the books. Older than the manor itself. Your breathing is so slow now, so deep. Each exhale releases you further into the chair, into the room, into the velvet dark. The last candle wavers, dips, and holds, offering its final gift of light to the silent guardians. The books stand in their unwavering vigil, keeping watch as you surrender, as you soften, as you finally let the darkness be complete. They will hold your rest in their pages, in their silence, in their patient, ancient knowing. The storm wraps around the manor like a blanket. The fire breathes its last warm sigh. And you are held. You are safe. You are drifting now between the leather spines and velvet shadows, between the rain and the embers, between the words that were written centuries ago and the dreams that are just beginning. Everything slows. Everything softens. The books keep watch. And you sleep. Chapter 8. The fading glow. Candles have burned low now. So low that their flames barely crest the pools of melted wax gathered at their base. Each flame is a tiny ember of warmth, a whisper of light in the thickening shadows. The bronze candelabras that held such steady brilliance hours ago now cradle only the softest amber suggestions, flickering, hesitating, as if they too are ready to surrender to sleep. The room around you has transformed into something dreamlike, something caught between the world of waking and the realm of rest. You can feel the difference in the air. The way the darkness has grown bolder, more comforting, wrapping around you like the heaviest velvet. The study is no longer a place of clarity and observation. It has become a cocoon, a sanctuary of shadows where consciousness itself begins to dissolve. The leather chair beneath you has accepted your weight completely. Every contour of your body has found its corresponding hollow in the cushions. You are held, supported, cradled by the ancient furniture that has witnessed countless nights like this, countless souls drifting into sleep within these walls. The armrests are warm beneath your hands, warmed by your own presence, by the lingering memory of the fire that now pulses so faintly in the hearth. You feel the texture of the leather, soft and worn, familiar as your own skin. There is no tension left in your shoulders, no tightness in your jaw. Your breathing has slowed to match the rhythm of the rain, that eternal pattern that continues beyond the windows, constant, unchanging, safe. You are part of the room now, woven into its fabric, dissolving into its peace. The fire in the hearth has dimmed to almost nothing. What was once a bright and crackling presence is now only a barely there pulse of warmth. The logs have burned down to their final embers, glowing cores of heat wrapped in ash and memory. Occasionally, you might miss it if you blinked. A small flicker of orange light shivers through the grate, then fades again into darkness. But even in its diminished state, the fire continues to offer something precious, a subtle warmth that radiates outward in gentle waves. You can still feel it on your face, on your hands, a ghost of heat that mingles with the cool air drifting in from the windows. The balance is perfect now, neither too warm nor too cold, just exactly right. The hearth has done its work. It has brought you through the evening and into the deep night, and now it rests alongside you. Outside, beyond the mullioned windows, the rain continues its eternal song. It has not wavered, not faltered, not changed its tempo for even a moment. Tap, tap, against the ancient glass, against the stone sills, against the ivy-covered walls of the manor. It is the heartbeat of the night, the pulse that measures time in drops instead of seconds. You have stopped listening to it consciously. It has become part of you, woven into your thoughts, into your breath, into the slow drift of your awareness. The storm is not something outside anymore. It is the boundary of your world, the edge of everything that exists. Beyond the rain, there is nothing. No worry, no tomorrow, no urgency, only the endless dark and the endless fall of water. And that is enough, more than enough. It is everything you need. The room has become a study in shadows now, almost entirely claimed by darkness, save for those few amber suggestions of candlelight that still persist. The velvet curtains have deepened from burgundy to something closer to black, their folds and creases lost in the gloom. The green walls have faded into shadow, their jewel tones muted and soft, dreamlike in their vagueness. The books on the shelves are no longer visible as individual volumes. They have merged into a single dark presence, a wall of knowledge and story that surrounds you, protects you, holds you in its silent embrace. Even the paintings on the walls have disappeared, their gilt frames swallowed by the night. You can feel them there, sense their presence, but you cannot see them, and that is perfectly fine. You do not need to see. You need only to feel, to rest, to let go. Your eyelids are so heavy now, heavy as stone, heavy as the velvet that drapes the windows. They flutter closed and remain that way, resting, grateful for the darkness. Beneath your closed eyes, you can still sense the faint glow of the candles. A warm amber presence that does not demand attention, does not ask you to look. It simply exists, a gentle companion in the dark. Your breathing has become so slow, so deep. Each inhale brings in the scent of old books and candle wax, of wood smoke and rain-washed air. Each exhale releases something, tension, thought, the last remnants of wakefulness. You are floating now, suspended in the space between waking and sleep. That liminal place where the world loses its edges, where time stops meaning anything, where you are simply held, cradled, safe. The storm outside embraces you completely. Its voice is your voice. Its rhythm is your rhythm. You feel as though you could drift right through the windows, right through the walls, and dissolve into the rain itself, becoming water, becoming a night, becoming the night. There is no separation anymore between you and this ancient matter, between you and the storm, between you and sleep. You are all of it, woven together into one seamless fabric of rest and shadow and peace. Your body has grown impossibly soft, impossibly still. You cannot feel where the chair ends and you begin, cannot tell if you are breathing or if the room is breathing for you. It does not matter. Nothing matters except this perfect, gentle, inevitable surrender. You are letting go, finally, completely letting go. One by one, the candles are surrendering. The first flame gutters, wavers, and goes dark, leaving only a thin trail of smoke that rises and disappears into the shadows above. Then, another, and another, each small light giving up its watch, each flame releasing its hold on the night. The room grows darker with each extinguished candle, but you do not mind. You welcome the darkness, embrace it, sink into it like the softest bed you have ever known. The shadows are not empty. They are full of comfort, full of safety, full of the deep and ancient peace that lives in places like this, in old manors, in stormy nights, in rooms where countless souls have found rest before you. You are part of a long tradition, a lineage of sleepers, of dreamers, of those who have surrendered to the night and found it good. The very last candle flickers, its flame dancing in some invisible current of air, casting one final pattern of light and shadow across the ceiling. You watch it without really watching, aware of it the way you might be aware of a distant star. Beautiful, peaceful, fading, and then, so gently you almost do not notice, it too goes dark. The room is complete in its shadows now, held only by the faintest pulse of firelight from the hearth, and even that is more memory than illumination. The darkness is total, and it is perfect. You float within it, weightless, thoughtless, held by the storm, held by the room, held by the night itself. There is nothing left to do, nowhere to go, no reason to hold on any longer. Sleep is here, all around you, within you, calling you home. And so you drift, deeper and deeper still, into the velvet dark, into the sound of rain, into the warmth of fading embers and the cool breath of the storm. The jewel-toned study holds you in its ancient arms, the burgundy and green shadows wrapping around you like the softest blanket. The manor breathes with you. The storm sings with you. And together you descend into sleep. True sleep, the deep and dreamless kind that restores everything, that heals everything. Light again, that makes everything right again. Let go now, completely. You are safe here, protected here, loved here. The fading glow has brought you exactly where you need to be, to the threshold of sleep. And now, finally, beautiful, inevitably, you cross over and rest. Rest. Chapter 9. The shadow's comfort. The darkness has deepened now, grown so complete that edges dissolve into nothingness. There is no longer a clear boundary between where you end and where the room begins. Only the faintest outline of the window remains, a rectangle of slightly lighter black against the velvet void, like a memory of shape rather than shape itself. The rain continues its endless descent, its rhythm so constant now that it has become part of your breathing, part of your heartbeat. You can no longer tell if the sound comes from outside the window or from within your own quieting mind. The brown noise hums beneath it all, a deep oceanic presence that fills every corner, every space, wrapping around you like layers of the finest silk, heavy and weightless all at once. The velvet curtains are invisible now, swallowed by shadow. But you can still feel their presence, still sense the weight of burgundy and deep emerald hanging in the darkness like protective wings. The leather chair beneath you has become something else entirely. No longer furniture, but a cradle, a vessel. It holds you with such tenderness, such certainty. You sink deeper still, your body melting into cushions that seem to rise up and embrace you. The armrests have disappeared. The high back has faded. There is only this sensation of being cradled, of being held by something ancient and infinitely patient. The study around you breathes, slow and steady. Its walls expand and contract in rhythm with the rain, in rhythm with your own gentle breathing. Even the candles have surrendered to the dark, their flames reduced to the smallest pinpricks of gold. Like distant stars viewed through heavy fog, they flutter so gently now, barely moving. Each tiny flame pulses with your breath, grows dim on the exhale, brightens ever so slightly on the inhale. The bronze candelabras can no longer be seen. Only these floating points of light remain, swimming in and out of focus. You watch them without really watching, your eyes so heavy, so soft. The flames blur and double, then merge back into one, then blur again. It does not matter. Nothing matters except this deep, deep comfort, this sense of being exactly where you are meant to be. The books along the shelves have become part of the shadow now, their leather spines and gilded titles absorbed into the darkness. But you can still feel them, still sense their quiet presence surrounding you like a circle of wise elders. Each volume holds its stories close, whispering them so softly into the night that they become indistinguishable from the rain, from the brown noise, from the gentle crackle of the dying heart. There is such peace in knowing they are there, keeping watch. Their pages rest undisturbed, their words sleeping peacefully between worn covers. And you are sleeping too, or something close to it, drifting in that place where consciousness thins to nothing but sensation. Outside the window, beyond that faint rectangle of lighter black, the storm has settled into its deepest rhythm. The rain falls not in gusts or bursts, but in one continuous curtain, steady, eternal, unending. You can hear it touching the stone walls of the manor, sliding down ancient surfaces that have felt 1,000 storms before this one. The sound wraps around the entire building, sealing you inside a cocoon of water and stone and shadow. There is no wind now, only descent, only falling. The drops merge into rivers on the glass, flowing downward, always downward, pulling your thoughts with them, deeper, quieter, until thinking itself becomes too much effort, and you simply let go. The fireplace has dimmed to almost nothing, just a bed of glowing embers now, pulsing orange and red beneath a veil of ash. The warmth still reaches you, but it is distant, gentle, like sunlight remembered from a dream. The embers shift occasionally, settling deeper into themselves with the softest whisper, sending up tiny sparks that live for only a moment before dissolving back into darkness. Even this last bit of light asks nothing of you. It simply exists, breathing quietly in the shadows, keeping its patient vigil as you slip further away. The stone hearth radiates centuries of accumulated warmth, a heat that has soaked so deep into the rock that it will never fully fade. And you absorb it now, let it seep into your bones, into your blood. There is no room anymore, not really. The study has transformed into pure feeling, pure atmosphere. You cannot see the Persian rug beneath your feet, cannot make out the wood paneling or the brass fixtures or the mullioned glass. But they are all still present, holding you in their collective embrace. The darkness is not empty. It is full, abundant, rich with presence. It presses against you from all sides, not confining but comforting, like being wrapped in the softest blankets, like being held by arms you cannot see but absolutely trust. The brown noise becomes indistinguishable from the rain. The rain becomes indistinguishable from your breath. Everything merges. Everything softens. Boundaries dissolve like sugar in warm water. Your body is no longer a body, not in any way you can define. There is no tension, no weight, no edges to speak of. You have become a collection of gentle sensations, a warmth here, a softness there. The feeling of being supported without knowing what supports you. Your limbs have disappeared into the chair, into the shadows. Your head rests against something infinitely patient. Your eyes are closed, or perhaps open. It makes no difference in this complete darkness. There is only the faintest flicker of awareness left, a small candle flame of consciousness, growing smaller, dimmer. You do not fight it. You welcome it. This gradual fading, this sweet dissolution. The shadows gather closer, not threatening but tender, wrapping you in layers of velvet night. The rain continues, eternal, unchanging. Its voice has become the voice of the universe, speaking in whispers and rustles, in gentle percussion against stone and glass. You are inside the sound now, living within it. The brown noise hums through your chest, through your bones, vibrating at a frequency so low and so constant that you have become tuned to it. You are a string on an instrument, resonating in perfect harmony with the night, with the storm, with the deep earth beneath the manor's foundation. There is no thought anymore, no planning or remembering or wondering. Only this This sensation of being held, of being completely, utterly, safely cocooned in shadow and sound. You let go of the last thread connecting you to wakefulness, and it slips away so easily, so naturally. The void is not empty. It is everything. It holds you with more certainty than any arms could. Now, the darkness is not absence, but presence. The deepest, most complete presence you have ever known. You are safe here. Safer than you have ever been. The rain falls. The brown noise hums. The embers glow. And you simply are, existing without effort, breathing without thought, held by the shadow's infinite comfort. There is nowhere to go, nothing to do, no one to be, only this deep, deep descent into rest, into peace, into the softest darkness. Let yourself fall now, all the way down, into the velvet arms of sleep. The shadows close around you like a lullaby, and you surrender completely, beautifully, into the keep of midnight, into dream, into nothing, and everything. Chapter 10, The Depth of Sleep. And here we arrive, at the furthest shore, the place beyond thought, beyond memory. Here in this ancient study, the boundaries have dissolved. The velvet curtains, the leather spines, the bronze glow of candlelight, all of it softening, blurring, becoming something less than shape and more than feeling. The rain continues its eternal work, tapping against glass, washing over stone, each drop a gentle hand guiding you deeper, deeper still, into waters warm and wordless. You no longer need to follow the story, for you have become the story, woven into the very fabric of this night, this storm, this sacred descent into rest. The brown noise hums beneath everything, a low frequency that resonates in your bones, in the manor walls, in the earth itself. It is not a sound you hear so much as a sound you inhabit, like living inside the chest of some vast, benevolent creature. Its heartbeat steady, slow, impossibly calming. The storm outside has become inseparable from the storm within. That gentle turbulence of dreams beginning to form, wordless images, colors without names, sensations without edges. You float in this space between waking and sleeping, but the current is pulling you now, gently, inevitably, toward the deeper waters. And you do not resist. The fireplace is burned down to embers now, glowing soft and low, like the last thoughts dissolving in your mind. Each ember pulses with a rhythm that matches your breathing, slow, slower, slowest. The warmth spreads through the study in waves, through your body in waves, lapping at the shores of consciousness, eroding the last remnants of the day. The manor breathes with you. Old timber settling, rain whispering secrets to the stones. Everything here conspires toward your rest. Every shadow, every flicker, every distant roll of thunder is a lullaby sung in a language older than words. You are held. You are safe. You are dissolving into perfect, limitless sleep. Nothing remains but sensation. The coolness of rain-washed air drifting through ancient corridors. The weight of velvet darkness pressing gently on your eyelids. The distant echo of water finding its path through gutters, over gargoyles, down into the sleeping gardens below. Your thoughts have scattered like leaves in an autumn wind, and you make no effort to gather them. They were never meant to be kept, only witnessed, only released. The study around you has become a womb. Burgundy and green shadows cradling you. Bronze light flickering like a heartbeat in the deep. You sink into the leather chair, into the floor, into the foundations of the manor, into the earth itself, becoming root, becoming stone, becoming rain. The rhythm of the storm is your rhythm now. Each gust of wind that rattles the mullioned windows sends ripples through your sleeping body. Each crescendo of rain against glass dissolves another layer of tension, another forgotten worry, another name you no longer need to remember. Dreams are beginning to form in the depths. Vast and strange, wordless narratives that unfold in color and emotion rather than plot. You walk through halls that shift and change, gardens that bloom in impossible hues, libraries where books write themselves in languages of light. But you are not walking, you are floating, drifting, held by invisible currents in this ocean of sleep. The manor keeps watch, the storm stands guard. Nothing can reach you here. Time has lost all meaning in this place. Minutes could be hours. Hours could be heartbeats. The brown noise continues its sacred drone, filling every corner of the study, every cavity in your chest, vibrating in perfect harmony with the falling rain. This is the sound of the universe at rest, the cosmic hum that underlies all silence, all stillness, all sleep. You have heard this sound before, in the womb, in the moments between thoughts, in the space between stars. It calls you home, and you answer by letting go, by releasing your grip on consciousness, on identity, on the need to know where you end and the world begins. In this depth, there is no separation, only a warm, dark, infinite embrace of sleep. The candles have burned to pools of wax now, their flames mere whispers of light, dancing their final dance before surrendering to darkness. And you watch them go without sadness, without attachment, knowing that darkness is not an ending, but a deepening, a return to the source. The jewel tones of the study, the emerald and ruby and bronze, fade into a palette of grays, of blacks, of the most gentle, merciful shadows. This is the color of deep sleep, the hue of forgetting, of restoration, of the body's quiet work knitting itself back together, cell by cell, breath by breath. The rain applauds this holy labor, drumming its approval against the ancient manor, washing the world clean, making everything new again. You are so deep now that the surface is just a memory, a story someone once told you about a place called waking. But here, in the abyssal depths of sleep, such stories hold no power, no urgency, no claim on your attention. The dreams that move through you are vast and slow, like whales gliding through midnight waters, like continents drifting across the face of the earth. You do not dream them so much as allow them to dream you, to move through the space you have become. This open, receptive, boundless space. The manor dreams too, dreams of all the sleepers it has held, all of the storms it has weathered, all the centuries it has stood guard over those who seek refuge in its ancient arms. You are part of that dream now, woven into its eternal tapestry. The brown noise and the rain have become indistinguishable, one voice singing perfect harmony with itself. The sound wraps around you like a cocoon, like the manor itself has enclosed you in its deepest, safest chamber, a room within a room within a room, descending endlessly inward toward a center that is everywhere and nowhere. This is where you rest now, in the heart of the storm, in the eye of silence, where all turbulence resolves into perfect, crystalline stillness. Stillness. Your breathing has slowed to match the rhythm of the earth's turning. Your heartbeat echoes the patient pulse of the rain. You have become so quiet, so still, that you can hear the grass growing in the gardens, the stars turning in their ancient dance, the universe breathing out, breathing in, breathing you into being, breathing you into being. And here, at the very bottom of sleep, there is nothing left but this, the sound of rain, the hum of brown noise, the eternal rhythm of the storm, standing watch over the manor, over you. You are safe, profoundly, absolutely safe. The study with its books and fire and jeweled shadows has dissolved completely, released back into the elements from which it came. But the feeling remains, the essence, the sense of being held in a place where rest is sacred, where sleep is honored, where you are home. The storm will keep its vigil until morning, until light returns, until it is time to rise again. But that time is not now. Now there is only this vast, wordless, perfect sleep, this depth from which you need never return, until you are ready, until you are whole. Until you are whole. Sleep now. Sleep deep. You are home.